Good evening. Tonight we're going to have a little bit of a longer stream because I want to attempt to build the entire Lego Pharaoh's Quest line from 2011. Lego Pharaoh's Quest was a series that Lego released that was kind of the spiritual successor to the earlier first wave of adventures about 12 to 15 years prior. The first adventures wave was set in Egypt, and Pharaoh's Quest was revisiting that concept with explorers who were exploring Egypt and battling against the mummies that were coming to life. There were only 9 total sets. There were 6 regular sets, along with a blister and 2 poly bags. And since there's a bunch of builds we have to get through, I want to go ahead and get started. So, Pharaoh's Quest, like I said, was a series that ran in 2011. It only got 1 wave. The poly bags are both adventures vehicles, and there was also a blister pack of mummies. So even if you had no budget, you could still get in on the action a little bit. And then there were 6 regular box sets. The big one, of course, being the pyramid, which will be probably the last thing we build. And then there was also a sphinx, which was kind of like the second biggest one. And then there were 4 small to medium sized sets. So let's go ahead and get started over here in the studio. You can see I have set up. You can see in the studio I have set up. You can see in the studio I have a master file here. What we're going to do is, as we finish each set, we're going to copy it over into the master file. But I still have to build them in individual tabs themselves, so as not to mess up the parts palettes during the actual construction. So we'll finish each set, we'll bring it into the master, and then we'll save and go on to the next set. And some of the bigger sets we may have to do temporary saves for, but ultimately I'll only be rendering the master scene after we build everything. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start with the poly bag. Not the poly bag. We're going to start with the mummy blister pack. So let me show you real quick. This is what the mummy blister pack looked like. So we get a coffin, 3 mummy warriors, 2 scorpions, a snake, and a bunch of gems. The gems and the animals, of course, are loose, and we will be recording them as such, as individual components in the parts list. I'm not sure how much of the individual scorpions and snakes and gems we'll use in the ultimate render, just because there's going to be a lot of them across all the sets, but we will still go ahead and bring them into the part lots. So let me come back to the studio and let's get started with this battle pack. So the first thing to do is to build the coffin. And hold on, I don't want to do it there. I want to do it in a separate tab. And then copy it over to the main tab. And we're going to build it closed, but we can always open it for posing later. And I'll call it I'll call it blister coffin. And then let's just bring in these individual gems and stuff. It says there's supposed to be 9 of them. I'm only seeing 8 in the picture. The picture is short one. But let's just bring these in. We don't want to waste too much time, so let's get these in and named. And it's okay for them to just be loose parts right now. Let's see, can I rename them? Okay, yeah, it's not going to let me rename them as individual pieces, I don't think. That's alright, so we'll just leave them in the parts list as is. And we'll come over here and we'll build 3 mummies. Okay. We're going to have a lot of mummies by the time we finish this, I think. We'll make him one of our regular mummies. I don't know why it's throwing collision. But we'll lift the head up a little bit to prevent that collision. Unless I can fix it. Alright. We seem to have fixed him as well as we can. So let's raise his arm so we can put in his spear. And in its other hand, he's holding a shield. And his hand needs to be rotated in order to grip it. And there's our first mummy. And we'll create the other standard mummy now. Oh, I forgot his arms. Hold on. Let's fix that. And he is holding... Oh, this mummy is a lefty. He's holding this nice curved sword that I think is a retired piece. I haven't seen it in any themes in a while. It may be exclusive to this theme, this particular sword. And we got one more mummy to create, and I'll create him in the back because he's got a little bit of a bigger spread going on here. Now this mummy is special, and you'll see why in one moment. And then we're done with the blister pack already. He gets the wing piece. And let's, like I had to do with the other mummies, let's try and fix the head. And this headpiece is actually shaped a little bit differently. This one has a bird head molded into it. Okay, I'm not sure why I can't get the head to line up properly. All right, let's try a different approach. It looks like this particular headdress does not want to fit on the head. So what we're going to do is yeah, I can't get the headdress to fit at all for some reason. What if I try putting the head into the headdress first? Or you know how we're going to fake this? We're wasting too much time on just the blister. So we're going to raise the head. And we're going to manually lower the head on. Alright, we haven't raised it enough. Oh, we're not even horizontally aligned either, so now we should be able to... I don't know why it didn't respond properly to my click there. But now we should be able to push it onto his head. Like, we're not horizontally aligned either. Let's get it onto his head. We may have to do this again on one of the other sets. So it looks like we're pretty much properly aligned on that axis. And now we need to bring it down onto his head. How's that look? It can come down a little farther. Okay, it's good enough. And it doesn't trigger the collision. And we might have to do that again on one. Oh, we've spent 15 minutes on just the blister pack. Most of that was in aligning his headpiece. So let's call him... And that's all the pieces of the blister. So let's grab everything and copy and paste it into the master model. And we'll give each set a little section. So let's save the master model. And let's go ahead and begin with the first poly bag. We're going to do the car one first. So here is the car. This is what the instructions for the car look like. You can see we're going to move through this one pretty quickly. And I'm going to preload the man into the car, so we will, this will just be one piece in the master. Same with the glider. I'll preload the pilot. And these two poly bags will just be one piece in the master. All right, let's go ahead and begin building. All right, hold on one second. There we go. Yeah, we're still working. Okay, this is an interesting piece. The two poly bags should continue to go together pretty quickly. I am going to identify the driver and the car as two separate units, but then I am going to also attach them for the copy. Okay, that looks set up properly. Some lights on the front of the car, and we're ready to make the man. Alright, we're putting him together. It says he's supposed to hold his gun. And we'll call him and now we have to prep him to ride the car. Like this. We have to raise his arms. And then we have to also raise his legs. And now we sit him in the... And we'll put these two sections together and call it poly car. And we will copy this over into the master. Okay, he needs to be Mummy 2 because Sky has a different name. And we finished the car, so let's go ahead and save that. And we're going to do the plain polybag now. So let me show you real quick. All right, we're building the glider with this other adventurer guy. He also holds a gun once he sits in the plane. Let's go back to the studio and get started on this guy's vehicle. And after this, we get to start on the sets proper. All right, what piece is this? Yeah, that's definitely the piece. All right, let's keep building. Interesting part usage here. Using the binoculars to represent engines. And of course, we have to go underneath it to give it the landing gear. And then back to the top of the plane. Okay. Nice cheap little build for our guy to pilot here. And all that's left is to put the man together. Cute little plane. How did I call the other thing? Polycar. All right. Now let's build the man. You'll notice this guy is a different guy, co-worker of the other guy, and you'll see them again later in the regular sets, most likely. He also holds a gun. Same deal as before. We have to adjust his posing so that we can put him in the plane. Now when it comes to the other sets, we'll do some light posing of the individual pieces where necessary, but we're not going to make the scene until everything's ready to go. But some of the things, like some of the monsters and things, will need to be pre-posed in order to prep them for the scene. So let's put him into the plane. And we will link them. And we will copy this whole section into the master model. And there we go. You can see how we're starting to amass a collection of pieces for the master scene at the end. Let's go ahead and save this. I just want to see how things are evolving. Wow, there's that jewel's in a rare color. The coffin also, yeah. Wow, that one piece on the car is really, I don't know why it's that expensive. Maybe it's retired. But yeah, we're not going to do this after every time, but I want to see the total weight of our scene so far. Yeah. We still got a long way to go before there's some sizable weight in this thing. But now we're getting ready to go into the actual build, more substantial builds. And so now, let's close that one. We got everything we need over here so far. And so we are going to do Scarab Attack, I think is the name of this set. This is the smallest of the regular box set in the sets in the line. He comes with one guy, a bug, and some camp accessories. So let's go ahead and set up this scene now. Let me just make sure everything is placed appropriately here. Yeah. So we'll start with the man, and we'll give him accessories. Whenever the instructions show the person holding accessories, we'll give them the accessories rather than have them sit loose. Because loose pieces are one more thing to deal with when we're doing the final scene. So I don't If we can minimize that, the better off we'll be. So he's holding binoculars in one hand. And a big rifle in the other. And he's from the Scarab set, so we'll call him Scarab Man, because he's the first piece of the set. We'll push him aside. We have a little crate going on here. And it shows a little axe sticking out of the crate. Like that. And then it just shows this one piece of crystal being loose. And this is a little golden crystal. We'll pull him aside. And now we have a little bit of a campsite build for him that we need to put together real quick. So this particular set isn't that much more substantial than the poly bags. Well, it is, because you got like 2 full builds. But this is still on the smaller end of things we're doing today. Oh, it's a little campfire for him to heat up some food. Nice. And so his nice little dinner is roasting over the fire right now. And that's his little, I'll call it, notice how I'm prefixing every accessory with an identifier for the set. Did I do that properly over here? Yes. Okay, let's keep going. And now it's time to build the actual scarab, which is the main part of this set. And I can tell there's going to be some positioning to do, which is going to slow us down a bit. But that's okay, because after this we have 4 of the 9 sets done already. I don't really know if you can count the blister and the poly bag as full sets, though. Now, some of the sets in this line did have stickers, but it looks like at least some of these are going to be printed parts. So we have that going for us right now. But in the case of stickers, it means that some of the larger sets might have sections that are missing texture. Where the stickers really matter, we can probably cover it up by putting something in front of it. I'm so glad they fixed the glitch regarding this underside inverted round piece. It used to not show up during the auto-generated parts list from sets. Oh, this creature's got golden eyes. Interesting. He's got a nice big... Yeah, that's supposed to be pushed in all the way, so we need to stick that bar out a little more. So let's push in the claw thing here. Actually, I think that's supposed to be a tooth. Maybe it's a horn. Tooth, horn, not really that big a deal. Not really that difference doesn't really matter in this context. So the scarab's head we're going to position along this. And then we have... Okay then. I may not need to do too much positioning on the scarab. It's a cobra statue later that is going... That is going to be an issue, I think. All right. Let's do this first leg, and then we'll just copy it over to the other position. No, I did that wrong. That's why it wasn't going on. Okay. And my mouse is jamming up. It's a thing my mouse does occasionally. I'm not sure why it does that. But it's a quick fix. It usually comes back on its own, and when it doesn't, I can reset it within seconds. So it's not a huge deal. Okay, one more of these joint pieces to set, and then we can put it on the actual legs. Okay, good enough. Now let's put these legs onto the joints. And you know what I'm actually going to do to make these legs look a little more natural? I'm going to put the legs up by about 15 degrees so I can push the leg pieces all the way in. Like this. This will allow me better control over the legs. Shoot. Yeah, I think they look roughly even. Let's put the rest of these legs on now. Alright, new plan. We're going to adjust the leg. We're going to adjust the legs once these other pieces are semi-attached. And then we'll fix everything. I knew the legs would probably get on this thing would probably give me a little trouble. But it's really not much trouble. I know what I'm doing. It just takes a little bit of work and repetition on these parts like this. Alright, let's finish these last 3 legs. Last leg. And then from the top, we can merge them together. We'll call them scarab. And then we'll come here and we'll raise his head a little bit. So we'll bring him into the set and we'll copy all these guys into the master set under step 4. As you can see, we're getting a lot of nice pieces for our little scene at the end. And we will save the master. How are we going on total weight? We keep building on that total weight. Alright, so the next thing we're going to build is... Oh, I don't remember the name of this set. Hold on. Let me look up this set real quick. Oh, what am I doing? I'm wasting time here. There's an easy way to look up the name of the set. This one's called... Of course, my mouse jammed up right as I was trying to pull the palette. But this one's called Golden Staff Guardians. So this guy has a little motorcycle he's riding, with two more of what looks like the regular mummy warriors going on. So, alright, so let's go ahead and get started with this one. Before I do, of course, let me show you real quick. We're just under an hour so far, and we're going into the 5th of 9 sets. But I had a feeling, because the sets are getting bigger, we've still got a few hours ahead of us. We're making good time, but this is going to be epic when we finish. We've got a long way to go. So this is the set. This is Golden Staff Guardians. It comes with an altar, 2 mummies, and a guy on a motorcycle. This will be a cool guy to have in the adventuring team, I think. So let's go ahead and I'll start building up this section, this group. So we're going to start with he looks pretty standard as far as guys go, except he does have a helmet. And the builds are only going to get more substantial from here. Alright, we got to build the 2 mummies now. Oh, that reminds me, due to the glitch, I have to check and make sure that these guys all loaded with it. Yeah, they all loaded with their bodies facing the right way. Okay. Let's get back into the build. These guys are just regular mummies. But they both have the big sword and the shield. So. And they have a different headdress than the other mummies we saw before. These are plain, unprinted headdresses, unlike the ones from the blister pack. And of course we have to rotate the hand to hold the shield. One-quarter turn should do it. And we can make and you know what? His partner is exactly the same, so we're just going to do copy paste. And he'll be Mummy 2. Alright. And now we're going to build the motorcycle. And how's this attach? I've never used. Alright, so this attaches something like this. Alright, I think we got it. Let's see, is that centered? Yes. Now this one I am going to do on the side. And after this, after this one, which is another small one, the builds start to become pretty substantial. So, wrong color. I'm not sure what the difference between those two identical clip types is. Okay, and that's supposed to fold down. Like that. And then we're supposed to place the rifle in its little holster on the side here, like this. And then the other clip holds a piece of TNT. Like that. So man, we've got a kamikaze motorcyclist, I guess. And now let's get the man attached to the motorcycle. Let's raise his arms a little bit, and then we can adjust them into position later once he's actually on the bike. And the hands need to rotate. Okay, so we're supposed to, I guess, adjust him into riding position before actually putting him on. So that looks to be about 30 degrees. I might have him a little too far forward, but we're in this for as long as it takes to get it right. Worst case scenario, we'll stand him up and he can stand next to the bike in this scene. He doesn't actually have to be on the bike unless we want to give him an action shot. Okay, there's still collisioning going on. Alright, let me see here. Yeah, so he actually needs to come up and stand a little bit straighter. Let's move those legs from their 30-degree angle back to a 15-degree angle. Same thing on the other side. Now, the man as a whole. I don't know why it's not letting me do even angles here. Alright. How close are we? Okay, so he's standing in approximately the correct angle, but we need to give the arms more. We need to give the arms more angle here, so let's try moving the arms down this way. Now how does it look? He's not lining up quite properly, and he's no longer centered as well, so we need to fix that. Yeah, he's lopsided. I had a feeling this would happen if we played around with him too much. Once we get him on the bike, he'll be fine, though. Okay, he's pretty much even with the ground there. Alright, we're going to fake it. We're going to hide the bike and rotate him in place until it looks good. Good enough for our purposes. He's not perfectly lined up, but we're wasting too much time on him. And in the final render, he's probably going to be a footnote anyway. But hold on, he's not facing forward though, that's the thing, so we're not quite good enough. Okay, does that fix the issue? Okay, he's facing perfectly forward-ish, but now he's not standing straight up. Nor is he aligned. Maybe I can get... Let's bring his arms down a little more. No, I said his arms. I'm wasting too much time on this guy. Does that allow me to fix the issue? He's more level. Alright, let's turn him in place. So he needs to come back down a little bit this way. He's not perfect, but that's the closest we've gotten. And he's straight enough to look somewhat decent, I think. Except it sets off all sorts of collision. So we're not there yet. New plan. We're going to undo all those adjustments till he's standing up straight, and we're just going to keep them as separate units for the display. Like he'll have parked the motorcycle and is getting ready to pull out his weapon. Something like that. But we've wasted too much time on him already. So let's go on. And let's do the main build. The golden staff altar. This is one section that we'll want to have prominent, I think, in the main, in the final render, because it contains an important artifact. Now, I will tell you, when we get to the Cobra statue, that model is going to be incomplete because that uses a vinyl piece that is not in the database. So when we get there, we'll probably put the Cobra towards the back of the final scene, since it'll be missing so much of its important detail. Oh, I misplaced these. Simple fix. Okay, why does this piece have collision? Okay. Let's adjust the plant to remove collision. All right. That solved the collision issue there. We might play with the motorcycle more when we're getting ready to do the final scene. But we have 4 bigger builds to get through shortly, so we need to breeze through the easy stuff as quickly as we can. This little altar thing is coming together quickly, which is a good thing. And here's the staff itself. That went together quickly. Let's copy these into the main section. And our pile of parts for the scene is becoming more substantial now. And these guys are supposed to be in step 5. So as you can see, we've got a bunch of stuff going on already. We got 5 mummies, 4 adventuring guys, a scarab, and an altar and a sarcophagus, and some assorted accessories and creatures and gems. Yeah, our pile of parts for the final scene is growing, but we still have to do the substantial stuff. So let's go ahead and save it here, and I'm going to take a quick pee break. And where are we in terms of stream? We've been streaming for an hour and 20, which means I wasted 15 minutes on trying to align the guy to the motorcycle. I'm probably not going to bother at the end. So I'm going to take a quick pee break. I'll be back in a couple, and we will proceed with... It looks like the next set is going to be the one with the flying mummies. So, the biplane. And there's an obelisk in the set as well, so this next one will be fun. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. And now we're going to go ahead. Okay, I'm back. We're going to go ahead and try and get things going again. And my brother's starting to talk about food. So I'm opening up in another window. I'm opening up in another tab, Facebook, so I can keep track of that. All right, let's get back into it. I have my messenger open now. And this is just so I can see if he pings me while planning dinner. So we're going to show you the next set now, which is, this one is called Flying Mummy Attack. It comes with 2 flying mummies, an obelisk, and this adventure is in a biplane, which is much more substantial than the other pilot adventure we built from the polybag. So let's go into the next model tab, and let me go ahead and get back into the studio so we can begin building this. So 2, we'll do the same thing because the flying mummies are exactly the same. So we'll do the same thing we did on the other set, where we'll build 1 mummy and then duplicate him. And the thing that sets these 2 flying mummies apart from the flying mummy from the blister pack is that these 2 are given spears. So we have to raise his hand up a little bit. I actually want to put the spear in first. Before I play with his head. Because you remember the problem we had with the head last time. I can probably make the spear a little straighter. Yeah, like that. Alright. Let's work on figuring out his head and headgear situation. Okay, we have it on that alignment correctly, so we may not have to do too much with this guy compared with the other one. We've solved for the collision issue, so let's merge them up and then duplicate him for the other mummy. And we'll make him his own unit. And this adventurer is not shown holding any accessories, probably because he is going to be piloting his plane. So let's go ahead and put him in real quick. And since we've prefixed this set flying, we'll call him Flying Man. And it looks like we're going to build the obelisk first. So let's go ahead and do that. And I think this is one of the sets which had stickers. I think they all do from this point out, which means we're going to be losing some of the texture on some of these bigger structures. Nothing we can do about that, unfortunately. Yeah, it does look like this is where stickers are meant to go, unfortunately. But because of its height, this is a section that's going to need to be kind of in the background anyway. This and the Cobra will probably end up in the background. Yeah, we lose a lot of detail not having the stickers. But that's not that huge a deal. It won't detract from the overall scene too much, especially if we make this a background structure. Yeah, that's going to look nice when we finish. Lots of gold elements in this theme. Wow, that's an unusual positioning for slope pieces. Interesting. Okay. And this is supposed to just rest on top. Alright. Let's make adjustments so that this one looks like it's resting on top. Okay, so that's why we have inward facing slopes. It's for this piece on top that's meant to be knocked off. That's fine. Alright. That's the first position. It doesn't give me collision. And then we're supposed to put a gem on top. So there's a gem on top of the obelisk. And since we don't have stickers, it's done. So let's take it over here to the parts area. And let's begin work on the main event for this set, which is the plane. And this looks like a pretty, from the picture, this looks like a pretty substantial plane. As many stickers as this theme had, Adventures, which inspired this theme, had even more, so I'm not complaining. Though, like I said, we do lose part of the detail without the stickers. And I do like the color scheme of the Adventurers. The crimson is a really nice look for them. Nice contrast against the browns of the desert. The browns and golds of the desert. If we finish in time, we got someone special to raid tonight. If we don't finish in time, well, we'll worry about that when the time comes. Alright, this piece goes here, and then, is it this piece maybe? Yeah. We're progressing this build pretty smoothly. So we probably won't be on it too terribly long. It's cool seeing the juxtaposition and between the adventurers builds with their retro tech and the Egyptian builds with their ancient beauty. It's cool seeing the contrast as we work. As we alternate between sections representing the two different groups. Alright. So there's a little bit of a sticker, but that sticker is one that doesn't really matter because it's one that would be not visible in the final render anyway. So we don't lose anything with that one. You can see we're developing quite the color palette in the master model. Okay, so this is a trans clear windscreen in contrast to the trans brown one that we saw on the other plane earlier. Interesting using castle window pieces for the biplane supports. That's a cool, unexpected use of that piece. Alright. So it looks like we're now working on the top wings. Check Facebook. I'll Venmo next break. Okay. Alright, so we've got dinner on the way, but we got to keep building. Because we've still got 3 substantial builds after we finish this biplane. Yeah, here's one sticker that's unfortunate to lose, but not a huge deal. And now we'll do the same thing for the other wing. And the good news is we're starting to run low on pieces for this set, which means we're almost done with the plane. I think. I don't know what just happened there. My mouse wasn't anywhere near that piece. But let's flip this around and put it on. And we're going to come to the bottom. It looks like we're going to start setting up the landing gears. Because every good plane model needs to have a landing gear. And our neighbors just got loud. But that's okay. I'm used to that. Okay, I'm not sure what we're building here. I'm not sure what this section is supposed to be. Oh, you know what? It's a thing that swings down in flight. Kind of a weapon to attack the mummies with, I think. Interesting. And of course the tail has a sticker that we can't apply. But that's okay. And now we need to build, it looks like the plane has some kind of weapon device that we need to put on. Interesting use of guns here. What torque does it want us to actually put into the gun club there? So there's some guns that we're building here. All right. That's not lined up correctly. There we go. I'm not sure if that's meant to be an engine or a gun. I guess we'll find out soon enough. But this section needs to be brought over and dropped into the plane. Like that. Wow. He's got no forward vision. This is going to be one plane that's going to be difficult and dangerous to fly. This plane does not pass safety regulations. And then an engine casing behind the propeller, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, that looks good. Enough. And so the plane's engine is now applied. Okay, so it looks like the biplane is done. So let's merge it up. Do I want to go ahead and put the man in? Maybe. But really what we want to focus on right now is we still have 3 more sets to build, and we're already 2 hours in. So let's copy everything into the master scene. And our pile of stuff is now more substantial than ever before. Let's save. As we move into the Cursed Cobra statue. And like I mentioned before, this one, you can see his hood in the picture. The hood does not exist in the parts database, so it'll be much less impressive. It looks like this time, instead of 1 adventurer and 2 mummies, we get 1 mummy and 2 adventurers. And a nice little car to go with it. This has, incidentally, this set has exactly the same number of pages in the instructions as the last set did. So let's go ahead and get right into it. And this time we have a girl with the adventurers. It's nice to see an adventure with a different face for a change. And she's even got dual head. I don't know if we might... let me just focus on doing what I need to do. So get the hands in there. And she's loaded up with accessories. She's got a this shoulder bag piece. That's supposed to go over like that. And dynamite in one hand. Does dynamite not like being in the hand? What are we? Maybe she needs to hold it up a little bit. Maybe if I pull this hand assembly a little bit out. Maybe if I rotate this a bit. Alright, there we go. We fixed the dynamite. And she's holding a small pistol in her other hand. And what do you know? We forgot her hair. And this is one hair piece that I've always liked. That's a pretty cute hair piece. So this is the Cobra statue. So the guy in the picture is holding no accessories whatsoever. He must be getting ready to drive the car. Okay, we're missing his hands. We can fix this. Alright. What did we just do? We got rid of the mummy's hands. Alright, we fixed the hand situation. We're good to go now. Alright. And what do you know? It's the same guy we've seen in every other set so far. Alright, but he's got no accessories. So let's move him aside here. And let's build the mummy for the set. And this mummy, he does have the printed headdress piece, but instead of weapons, he's wielding snakes as his weapons. So that's a cool twist on that's a cool twist on the mummy to make him unique. Can minifigure hands even hold snakes? We're about to find out. All right. Says we're supposed to hold it along. That middle section. Okay, so why can he hold that one without issue, but he couldn't hold this one without issue? Let's see what we can figure out here. Let's raise his arms so that the snakes are a little more threatening. That's a cool weapon for a mummy. There we go. Yeah, he looks a little scary now. And now we're going to build the car, starting with a 12 by 2 plate that makes up the foundation of the car. And then we're going to keep adding parts until the car is done, obviously, because that's how Lego works. And this car has a nice big storage compartment on its back, like this. It's a good thing we have dinner on the way because I'm getting hungry. Yeah, I think this is the, yeah, that's how it goes. And it looks like another case of tools being anchored to the vehicle, so we won't have to worry about them in the scene itself because they're already in position. And a nice little shovel for the explorers to go digging with. Oof. The sticker here is just a license plate. Not a detail you'll be able to see by the time we finish the render, so we're not losing anything with this missing sticker. Now there are some stickers, like the obelisk on the last set, that we are missing effect. There's just nothing we can do about it in the studio. And then this whole section gets all right. There we go. I think, yeah. Now this is just a sticker of rope, so we don't lose anything in the detail here. I don't think. Wrong way. There we go. And it says to apply the rifle to the clip on the other side. So we have a shovel and a rifle on this car ready to go as needed. Man, those neighbors are loud tonight. It looks like we're setting up the wheels section. Alright. That says we want to put something on the little wheel bits first. So now we can put these bits on. Yeah, that's lined up properly. Okay. And now we got to put the wheels in. I'll do the same thing with the car that I did with the plane, and that's that we're going to wait till later to put the people in. Oh, we want that side out? Okay. And then let's put the tires in. And then we'll be able to move on to the statue itself. Because the car is almost done at this point. Like I say, it's more of an old truck than a car. And now we're going to build the base of the statue area. Is the cobra? Oh, I'm going ahead a bit. I need to find out. No, the cobra is distinct from the base. Okay. This is another piece that's going to have missing stickers. I'm starting to have my doubts about whether we'll be able to finish in time to raid the person I'm planning to raid tonight, but we'll keep going, and hopefully there won't be too many hiccups. The hardest part, I think, at this point is going to be setting the scene. Here's one sticker that's going to be sorely lacking. I don't know why it's not letting me attach this brick. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't letting me get there before. So many details missing without the stickers on this particular section. But in the grand scheme of things, since we're putting the cobra stuff near the back anyway, it's probably not going to be that big a deal. Here we go. Here's another one of the shield pieces, but this time it's in gold, and it's a decorative bit. And it looks like it might be exclusive to this set because it's showing up as having this one individual piece is showing up as having a pretty pricey value here. So maybe it's meant to be used with that golden staff we saw in the other set. Maybe it's a collectible artifact. And now we're doing some Technic stuff. This is probably for a play feature in the set. That, of course, will be nowhere in evidence in the actual pose. But we're halfway through the instruction book for this set now. I'm not sure what the play feature here is, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. All right. Cobra altar. And now we get to begin the Cobra itself. And it says to start with 3 body links. So we'll build one and then copy it 3 times for efficiency reasons. So we make 3 of these. We'll just line them all off to the side. And now we need 4 of this next section. All right, let's get right onto it. Same deal as before. We're going to build one and copy it. Nice use of gold for the parts of the snake's body. I like that. It says we need 4 of this section. So 1, 2, 3, and then grab this and bring it over here. And now we just line them up. So it looks like we're doing one of these. We basically just alternate the sections like this. I don't know why my mouse is trying to fat finger me, but and just like that, we've done what looks like the main portion of the snake's body. We still have to make the head and the tail though. But we just saved a lot of time by using the copy paste. I can imagine if I try to do Captain America's shield, which is a very repetitive build, yeah. So glad we have access to copy and paste here. Let's move this down because now we're building the tail section.
They haven't rung the doorbell yet, have they?
No, I'm streaming.
I know. I'm hungry.
Do you want to say hi to the camera?
No.
Camera's not running. Just remember they can hear every word you say right now.
But it's on its way, so I'm going to wait out here. And then I'm going to go back to my room.
Okay, so it looks like the cobra tail is using the dinosaur tail part from a decade prior. Alright, why isn't it lining up? Alright, let's alright, so we've connected that piece of the tail, and now I need this piece. And then I guess that means we just need to do the cobra's head and then pose it a little bit. Yeah, this thing is going to be a bugger to pose. And then we still have to build the Sphinx and the pyramid yet, so we've still got quite a while to go. We're how far into stream? 2.5 hours. And when the food comes, I mean, we are going to take a break at that point. Maybe not immediately, but I will need to eat something when the food starts getting here. But at least we're almost done with the snake statue. It almost seems like a waste of time to do the snake statue because we don't have that piece. But in the parts database for computer Lego, but it might not be that big a deal if we put the statue towards the back. A snake is still terrifying even without the hood, so I'm sure we're justified doing it the way we can. So sometimes we have to take liberties with computer Lego. That's one of the advantages of real Lego, but there are so many advantages of computer Lego as well, like we've talked about before, so let's just keep going. At least the next set, even though it's a 2-book set, I've noticed that the first book is only about 16 pages. So I think what's happening there is the first book is all the bits that aren't the main build. So, and then the second book, which is the same length as this. And here we have the top of the snake's head. Why do we have 3 versions of the piece for putting on the teeth? And then we, of course, put this piece on, and then we have to put on the snake fangs, which are gonna... I like how this is one piece that actually is printed, because if it wasn't printed, we'd be losing so much detail on the snake, especially because we're already losing the hood. But it doesn't actually look half bad, so let's take his head, stick it over here on the neck section, and yeah. So yeah, we're still going. So yeah. Alright, let's see here. This looks like we're getting ready to build his lower jaw now. So let's... He still looks menacing even without the hood. And I haven't even posed him upright yet. So I think we'll be okay. Oh, that is the jaw piece, with a little piece to represent the tongue. Nice. Alright, and then let's take this section and connect it to the hinge here. You know, I pre-rotated it specifically so I wouldn't have that issue. But it looks like it's gonna... There we go. And it looks like these are mounting bits for the hood, so I may not even have to worry about them. Yeah. I'm going to do them anyway, because they give the head a little more dimension. Okay. So now we got to pose this thing.
What set are you working on?
Pharaoh's Quest.
Oh, that's right. You did say that.
Alright, so it looks like it has this back section. Sideways like that. And we're going to rotate the whole thing as we move forward, breaking down individual sections. Alright, so that snake position can stay in position. Alright, so that's what that's for. So it attaches to the back of the altar. But let's just get this into position first. So we have 2 of these units. 1, 2. And then this unit here is where the snake starts to twist into position. Alright, so that would be our food, but I want to finish posing the snake first.
Hello. Hello. Oh, we got stuff.
I don't know why collision didn't warn me.
Sorry about all that.
Glenn, did you just say we got packages?
Yes, we do.
Mom, I guess?
Thank you. Looks like it's all mom stuff. All food stuff, too.
So my package isn't with it.
Nope. I'm going to put this in the kitchen. I'm going to pre-portion the cinnamon pull-aparts.
You know the microphone is still running.
I know. I'm just telling you. I'm going to pre-portion the cinnamon pull-aparts. Pizza is probably 8 slices. It's half pepperoni, half cheese, so we each get half.
I know how pizza works, Glenn.
I got 2 sodas because I wanted both, so make sure I get some of the root beer.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to try to actually attach the altar like intended. And then we can make this look a little more natural. But before we do that, let's swing this out this way. I don't know why it didn't select the dino tail, but let's get that reattached. And now I can come in here. And we're supposed to align the Technic pin with this bit. So I'll tell you what we're actually going to do here. We're going to do this. That needs to plug into, I think we said this hole. Yeah, that's not what was intended. All right, we got it to line up with the correct hole. So what we need to do now is turn off collision so we can force it in, and then we can adjust the rest of the snake around it, I think. So in other words, we need to have everything lined up the right way. And then we can take this.
This is mine.
Okay. So let's... Wrong link, obviously. So let's... Yeah, it's going to be a bugger, I think, to pose this thing. I'm not going to worry about exact angles, but let's push this thing out of the way so it'll let me line this part up and do this part as it's supposed to. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so that side is lined up correctly. Yeah, I had a feeling posing this thing was going to be a bugger when I started. Alright, and then this link, hopefully I can get to go up here. And then this link I can get to go straight up, hopefully. And we're just going to fake the lining up of it, I think, because we can't get it close enough. So in that case, we're then gonna, you can see how far the tail extends past the altar doing it this way. So from there, we're taking too much time on posing this guy already.
We got all pepperoni. We basically got a shakaroni. Which is okay. But I need to make sure I get some of my cheese pizzas too.
And I say you ordered half cheese.
I ordered half cheese. We ended up with a shakaroni. That's fine.
I don't mind that. That's good.
I get the garlic sauce.
I don't use garlic sauce. So now we're going to put the head coming down in a menacing pose over the altar. And let's make that mouth a little more open. And you know what? We've spent too much time on this cobra statue already. It's not perfectly posed, but it's good enough for what we need it for. Let's see if we can move it a little bit closer into the altar, though. Yeah, I don't think it's going to let me do it that way, but maybe if I pull the altar in closer to the beast. No. The snake is also not sitting at ground level, which is an issue. You know what we're going to do?
I took my whole share. Your food's in the kitchen.
We're going to do a manual adjustment. We're doing a manual adjustment to try and move the snake closer to the altar. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be good enough for the scene. And we need to maybe if I rotate it a bit, it will help us reset the ground level. So in other words, yeah, no. Because we've messed up the ground level, and that will mess up the whole scene, so we need to get the snake facing back to a 0 ground level first. Alright, we fixed the ground level, and from here, looks like the snake's hovering a little off the ground, but we can hide that by putting the snake in the back. How bad the ground is. All right, that's as good as it's going to be. Now let's move him in so that the head extends over the altar like that. And so now he's more of a wrapped around the altar kind of deal. But yeah, I think that's as close as we're going to get it. And we're slightly off center. Maybe it'll make him look more dynamic and menacing though, if I slightly turn the head like this, so that the head is more towards center. Yeah, the head looks more dynamic like that. Let's make him coming down a little more. Alright, now he's really threatening looking. Alright, that's as good as we're going to get it. Let's copy everything over to the master and move on with the Sphinx. And I'm going to go ahead and start the Sphinx set before I actually take my eating break. But I'm probably not going to finish the Sphinx before taking my eating break. Alright, we've been on just under 3 hours. We finished the 7th set now. Let's copy everything into the master model. 2 sets left, but these are the big ones. I had a feeling stream would be longer than usual today. Alright. Let's tighten up the palette a little bit. Let's bring these 2 guys closer, like that. And let's bring these guys in. Alright, this adventurer, let's bring him in a little bit. And then let's bring these guys in. I'm just trying to tighten up the footprint of the loose bits. So this is everything we've got other than the 2 biggest, most substantial builds. You can see there's quite a lot going on for us already. But we still got to do the Sphinx and the pyramid. So let me save it here. And you know what? So this one we have 2 mummies, each with, these are the regular mummies without the fancy head, the plain headdresses. And then an adventurer who's just holding dynamite and a little car. So let's, before we get started with that, let's go ahead and close that out. So this is the Sphinx set. It comes with the Sphinx. He's got a little bit of a tomb under him. He also comes with a car and 2 mummies and an adventure guy. So let's go ahead and get a quick little start on this set. And we will probably take a break in the middle of building this set. Now for this one, the mummies are holding different weapons. So what we're going to do is we're going to build 1 mummy, copy him, and then put the weapons on. Okay, why do I see 2 adventurer torsos in here? Is there another guy in the other section, in the other book? There might be a second guy in this set. But for right now, Hold on, I'm going ahead a little bit. Why do we have two guys? Why do we have two adventurers? I'm trying to find out why we have parts for two adventurers when the instruction is only showing me one. Okay, so it looks like the Sphinx is going to be a pretty substantial build, but it looks like we do get a 4X in there. No, we get two 2Xs. Nope, there's only supposed to be one guy. Interesting. Oh, you know what I got? You know why we're seeing that? Because I forgot to switch the palette. That's where we messed up. Alright. Now we're seeing the correct assortment of parts. So, I just wasted 5 minutes. But this is something that can happen during long marathons like this. So he'll be Sphinx Mummy 1. And we'll make a second of him. Which we will then unlink and make him Sphinx Mummy 2. One of them gets a spear. And the other guy gets a sword. And it looks like there's also a golden version of the sword in here as well. I think that's the treasure inside the Sphinx. And then we need to make the Sphinx the adventurer guy, so let's let's put him together. And he's holding a stick of dynamite. And then we're going to go ahead and start his car. You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision because it's getting late. I'm getting hungry. We're going to build the Sphinx. We're going to build the accessories for the Sphinx. I'm going to go have a little bit of a few bites of my dinner. We're going to come back. We're going to finish the Sphinx. And we're not going to build the pyramid on stream. I'm going to finish that off stream and do the render later. Because we've already been going, by the time we finish this guy, we will have been going 4 hours or more. So I think we need to just, we've got a lot of substantial stuff. We've built a lot of substantial part of the scene already. I may go do the accessories for that last set before ending stream because there's some unique minifigures in the last set, but we're probably not going to build the whole pyramid on stream. We may do the side builds for the pyramid, and then I'll do the pyramid off stream. Which means we're also not going to fully arrange the scene, but I will position things as such so that whenever I walk away, you can see, to get my snack, you can see stuff. But right now, let's focus on building. Alright. I'm missing some curved slopes here. Shoot. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm missing some curved slopes. I'm looking for one specific kind of piece. Shoot, and then we're getting into the printed part. So is that piece not under curved slope? Is it under something else? That's definitely not it. Alright, I'm missing a piece right now. So I think that's the play. We'll do the side builds for the pyramid, and then we're gonna call it a night. Because otherwise we will be here all night. Ah, there it is. I was looking in the wrong section. We're good. We're not missing anything. We're already about halfway done with the car. We're going to be doing a snack break soon, though. Because the only way I'll be able to power through the Sphinx is if I eat something. It looks like we're building a fancy engine block right now. explains that then. So yeah, I do apologize for the decision not to finish everything on stream, but we'll see how I feel later. I can't break long enough to eat my whole dinner, so that's a consideration. I can only justify breaking long enough for a snack. So it's an interesting use of a window here to create the front grille for this car. That's a unique use for a window. We'll add those slopey bits when we turn the car back around. And now we can do this. And then we grab the windshield. Did I forget a step? I did. Okay, so let's bring that into the world. And then let's do this. And then I can clip them right into these like this. And I need to fix the collision on their headgears. When we finish the car, we'll go back and fix the collision on the mummy's headgears. But right now I'm focused on this step. Wow, those are some really massive headlights on this one. Okay, so like the other vehicles, this one also has some tools and storage that we need to add. Okay. And of course we need to add the wheels. And the car is done. So let's go fix the mummies and the TNT real quick. And then we shall proceed. Alright, quick fixes. And they're ready to go. And since I'm going to go take a snack break now, let me bring you back to the main screen, the staging area. You can see all the stuff coming together for the scene. You can see a bunch of mummies. There's a couple altars. There's that nice statue. There's a couple planes. There's a car. There's a truck. Some adventurers. Some camping stuff. Gems. An obelisk. There's a lot of nice stuff going on in here already. And we're going to add even more shortly. So I'm going to go ahead and take a short break to get a snack, and then we will proceed with the Sphinx. Hey, I'm back. Hey, I'm back. So I feel better now that I had a snack. So what we're going to do is, since we've already been doing this over 3 hours, we're going to finish the Sphinx. We'll build the unique figures from the pyramid, but the pyramid is another 150 pages of instructions beyond the 80 pages in the Sphinx. So after we do the Sphinx, after we do the pyramid thing, we'll do the accessories. The pyramid comes with 3 adventurers and another flying mummy and a car. I'm just looking through it real quick. And it comes with a substantial looking scorpion to go with our scarab as well. So we'll build the side builds for the pyramid and then leave it there. So, and then I'll finish the pyramid off stream and put the scene together. So let's proceed with the Sphinx. So here's a reminder, this is what we're building now, is the Sphinx that you see on the right. He's got a little tomb underneath him. So let's go ahead and get right back into it. And I'll consider the altar separate from the Sphinx because they don't actually attach. But when I make the scene later, I'll position the altar correctly beneath him. I do apologize that we won't be finishing on stream, but this is a lot more substantial than I anticipated it would be, so. We did good on stream, though. It's not the first time I interrupted a build on stream. There was a castle set we did that also was bigger than anticipated. Okay, so here's another one of those treasures. This is the golden sword that'll sit on this mount here. And I'll call this section Sphinx Sword. And the idea is that this section busts out of the tomb underneath the Sphinx. But we're not setting up posing for that right now. So the next thing to do is to build the tomb itself. Why do I always get a phone call when I'm busy? I could go hours and hours and nobody needs me, but the moment I'm busy, everybody needs me. Anyway, um, it was an emergency matter that we're resolving tomorrow. So let's get right back into this. We've got 80 pages of instructions that we need to finish, hopefully within an hour, hour and a half. Because the raid I want to do, he's on right now. He typically goes till about midnight, so as long as we can finish the Sphinx and the figures for the pyramid set, we'll be in good position for the raid. So right now we're building the little tomb that goes around. Or maybe it's not a tomb, maybe it's just a chamber. And this will go under the pyramid and around the sword bit. Oh, there's a little slidey tray here as well. Which means we can actually slide the sword platform into the tomb. But what I'm actually going to leave it out until I'm posing, because I may want the sword to be visible. I'm not sure. Looks like we're building up a little play feature thing now. Let's make sure we line that up. Yes, okay. Where's the little round bit? We're supposed to put a little round knob on the end of that, it looks like. Here it is. But which way is the hole? Alright. There, that's set up correctly. So it looks like that's the mechanism for launching the sword out. Obviously, we will want to hide the bar in the final render. Okay, there's some big, massive slope pieces. And I think these slope pieces do get stickers later. But I'm not as concerned about the stickers on these as because they'll be under the Sphinx. And the Sphinx has enough detailing on its own that that missing stickers shouldn't be a big deal on the Sphinx itself. Alright, so this is where you're supposed to slide the sword piece in. Like I said, I'm not doing that bit, so let's just proceed. This is actually the Sphinx set. This is one of the sets I used to have in my Lego collection before I had to sell everything a few years ago. I don't remember if I had any of the others. I know I never got around to getting the pyramid, though. I may have had a few of the smaller ones, but I don't remember for sure. Okay, so this is a wall that kind of collapses out when that knob pushes the cart into it. That was a pretty cool mechanism. Alright, so it's not these slope bits that had the stickers, but it's these pillar bits we're about to put on. And since this section will likely be covered with a Sphinx in the final scene, the missing stickers isn't going to be particularly noticeable for this set at least. I don't think missing stickers is quite as bad as the snake's missing hood, but alright, so it says to do it 4 times, so we're going to do the same thing I always do, that I've been doing, which is we're going to build it once and then copy paste. And then these sections go on to here. Alright, so our little Our little treasure chamber is taking shape. And then we need some tiles. All right. So does the little treasure section. We're going to set this little section aside. And looks like the next section is the Sphinx body. Wow, 16 by 2. You don't see those every day. Let's come way out here. Oh, they're supposed to be. They're not supposed to be perfectly lined up. They're supposed to have space between them. All right, so we're beginning the structure for the Sphinx's body right now. Yeah, we're going to be well over 4 hours by the time we finish the Sphinx, I think. So yeah, there's no way we'll be able to justify running the pyramid on stream. The pyramid's like 150 pages in its own right, after accessories. So, but there are some unique figures in that build, so I want to at least do the figures on stream. All right, we're going to keep going. I imagine the Sphinx is like the Cobra statue in that it comes to life or something. We're moving through the Sphinx's body pretty quickly, which is a good thing. Because I just had a snack, but I do at some point want to have my whole dinner, so we do need to get the Sphinx done in a timely manner. I knew going into this plan that my expectations on what I could get done probably weren't realistic, but that's okay. And it looks like we're starting to add some color to the Sphinx. So it looks like we're beginning to build up its neck structure now. We're moving through this the Sphinx's instruction book pretty quickly, which is a good thing. We may hit some issues once we hit the legs, though. Alright, this is... looks like we're starting to build up his crown area. And we're already just about halfway done with the Sphinx. We're moving very quickly now. Alright. Sorry I'm not talking much. I'm trying to focus right now. There's a lot of precise detailing going on in this part of the build. Alright. We're definitely filling in his crown right now. And now it tells us to come aside for a minute. We're probably building the structure of his head now. Did I mention I actually owned this set once? Yeah, I think I did. We already talked about it. Alright, so it looks like that's going to be the beginnings of its face as we build in the rest of the head structure around it. If I'm remembering correctly, we don't see any of these black bits once we're done. They're just meant to snot techniques that will be covered up with on-color parts. Actually, some of the black might still be visible because I can see a shaping bit in black right here. Never mind, forget what I said. I have this confused with another set from the previous Egypt line, the adventurers thing that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Yeah, I got those positioned correctly, okay. One thing I like about larger Lego sets is how detailed they can be. They certainly have a lot more detail than the more average size sets. And that's because the more pieces you put in, the more space there is to make actual details. It's a math and geometry thing, really. So the Sphinx is coming together pretty quickly. Oh, I see what's going on here. Tooth plates. So yeah, his face is in black with color around for the details. Okay. We can't do the last teeth just yet because I'm missing a piece. So now I have to come here, put these in, and then I'll be able to put the last tooth in on each side. Again, it's not physically possible to do this order on real Lego, but on computer Lego, you can do things like this. There we go. You can see his jaw is in place, or his upper jaw at least. Okay, this is cool. Those are the ears going up now as we finish shaping up his face. Oh, that's cool. And then so that leaves the little red exposed. And this piece isn't aligned properly. There we go. Now, he's got spooky looking translucent red eyes. What you would expect from a enchanted monster like this. So those are the ears with these little bits on top. Gold tipped ears. And then it says to come to the side. So I think this is going to be his lower jaw that we're building right now. Let's try that again so it's facing that way. This is really all I had to do with it. The Sphinx really is an impressive looking model in real life. In the original Adventures Egypt line, 15 years prior, so that one's like 25 years old at this point. In that line, the Sphinx and the pyramid were together as the second biggest set. That included a Sphinx and a pyramid. And then the biggest set was the Pharaoh's palace. That set also included a hot air balloon for the adventurers team. So if we can pull the lower jaw onto these hinges down here, And boom, you can see he looks hungry. And now it's time for the legs. Lucky for us, the legs are mirror pairs. So we only have to build 2 legs and then copy them. Let's go ahead and begin that process. We have less than 30 pages of instructions left for the Sphinx. I really like how this model looks. It's probably my favorite part of the overall scene we're building. Even though we won't be finishing the scene on stream anymore at this point. But the parts arrays I've left, the parts array doesn't look all that terrible. We'll toss up the Sphinx. It'll look real. The parts array will look really impressive, and then we will also do the figures from the last set, even though we're not building that, because we do want to get the scorpion into the shot and the special minifigures that are in the other set. It's cool how there's a little piece of plant embedded into each foot. I forgot that detail. Or, not foot, but leg. I forgot that detail. But I think that's cool. So this next bit that we're building is the foot, I think. So there's 2 leg sections and a foot for each leg. And that's a nice little clawed look going on to the front of the feet. I like that. Did I use the wrong hinge pieces? I did. Let's fix that right now. These are the hinges I needed for the foot section. And now if we pull these along in, that should allow us to connect it. And then we rotate up this leg 90 degrees. And we take that whole unit, we copy it, and then we drag it into place. And paste our other copy. Yeah. And he's no longer on ground level, so let's just take the whole thing right now and boost him back to ground level. I think we do need to put the little treasure chamber under him because you can see he's got a lot of open space under there. So there are stickers on his legs, but that's not a big deal. Let's come back. And now let's do the other pair of legs. Oh, I didn't orient that piece correctly to begin with. All right, we're going to keep building. There we go. Did I do... Yeah, I did it correctly on those legs the first time. Good. Okay, so we still have exposed brackets. I guess we'll find out at the end what those are meant to be for. I think it's cool how quickly the Sphinx is coming together. If we didn't have 150 pages in the other set. So how many pages after accessories is it? We have the one more car and the scorpion to build. So even after we finish the Sphinx, we still have the first 30 pages of the other set. So even after that, it's still like 130 pages. So yeah, no way we're building the pyramid tonight. But we will do the accessories. And then I'll temporarily drop the accessories for the pyramid into the master scene so you can see everything we've built as we go to the raid, because we won't be taking the time to set the scene itself. So it looks like we're having a little bit of non-symmetrical stuff going on here. Interesting. No, maybe it's the same. Maybe it's just the colors that are different. The same shape. It's going to be the same shape, of course, because consistency and balance and stuff, but it looks like there's subtle differences here. Maybe it's my imagination. No, it's pretty much the same. It's just presented to me in a different angle, which made the whole thing look a little bit different to me. All right. So let's keep working on the foot. So let's. And let's use the correct hinge this time. I like the creatures in this series, the brick-built creatures. They're so detailed and powerful looking. And we're going to copy the leg and get it positioned onto the monster, the Sphinx. Shouldn't be calling the Sphinx a monster. You don't want to make it angry. An angry, hungry Sphinx, a hangry Sphinx, is probably the last thing you'll ever see. So now we need to get these tiles onto. These tiles are where the stickers on the legs are meant to go, but no stickers, so nothing we can do about that. And let me just get them onto the other side as well. Oh, that's it then. The Sphinx is ready to go into the scene. So let's do this. Sphinx Beast. And then let's go ahead let's go ahead and set him over the chamber. I'm not sure if the chamber, I don't think the chamber is meant to attach directly. I think he's meant to sit over it. Okay. I think that's how it's kind of how it's supposed to go. But as you can see, we have collision going on right now. Maybe if we do it like this. Why is everybody else floating in the air? We'll fix that in a minute. I want to have the Sphinx sitting over the chamber. Okay, so it looks like we've angled that part correctly. Now let's bring him forward. And now let's bring him down. Wrong number, obviously. I think that's going to be right about where I want him. Alright, that brings him down to right about ground level. And he's sitting over the chamber. That's how we want it. Now let's take these two pieces together, move them over here. Let's do this. Let's move these guys here. We'll move the sword in front like that. And now this whole thing is ready to copy over to the other page. And what we're going to do is we're going to put them back here. We're going to take the accessories and move them forward behind the truck here. And then we're going to take these 3 bits and move them into the space here. You can see things are definitely coming together for our scene now. We have. This is probably going to be the most ambitious render scene I've ever put together. We've got 3 full pounds and some change worth of Lego here in the scene already. So for purposes of the exit view, we are gonna, hold on, I forgot to save the big scene after adding that, so let me do that real quick. Oh, and these guys are supposed to be in step 8. And step 9 is going to be everything from the pyramid. We've already got a lot of clutter going on here. You can see a bunch of different mummy types as well. Okay. Let's go ahead and start the... So, even though we're not building the whole thing, let me show you real quick. So this is the pyramid set. That pyramid itself is about, I don't know, 130 pages of instructions. So we're going to build the scorpion and the figures and the car. And it looks like this one comes with a second sarcophagus as well. So we'll go ahead and we'll put the people together and the things, and then we'll call it a night. And you can see in the picture, the reason why I don't just want to call a stream yet is because this one has these 2 Anubian guard minifigures here. They look really cool, and they're pretty expensive on the aftermarket because they were exclusive to this set. And I just closed my instructions. Hold on a second. There we go. We are ready to begin. Let's get back into the studio. So there's 1 flying mummy, 2 Anubian guards, and 3 different adventurers. So let's start putting these together. Alright, where are the legs? Shoot. Give me 1 minute. Oh no. I did it again. That's all that was. We're good. And they both have a sword and a shield. And then we gotta come over here and get their head. The headpiece itself is worth $14, it looks like. That thing looks awesome. I want to put these guys front and center when I do the render, I think. Because of all the mummy enemies, I think these are my favorite. Like, it's not even close. I mean, the other mummies are cool. And I'll definitely try and make the planes and the flying mummies hover above the scene. These guys also get shields, which means I need to rotate the hand. There we go. He is now set up. And his torso is backwards. There, that fixes that. And boom. We'll call it Pyramid Anubis. And the other guard is armed exactly the same way. So just a standard copy-paste job. And boom, we have our two guards. So now let's begin building the adventure guys. The first guy. That's interesting. We have some extra minifigure parts sitting. We have two regular mummy hands going on. But hold on, let me... Where we seem to be missing a couple hands. So now, do we have 6 yellow hands going on? We do. Okay, and this guy's got a bag. And he's got a helmet. And he's holding a map. But let's raise his arm first, so we can line up the map with his hand. And maybe if we angle it a bit, it'll let me put it in his hand. Looks like we'll have to do a little bit of creative adjustment. Alright, he's holding it now. So the first guy is ready. Pyramid Man map. Let's do the second man. This is the same adventurer we've seen in all the other models. So he gets standard parts. And then he holds binoculars and a pistol. So he's holding his binoculars. And let's make it look a little bit better. And he gets a gun. And let's go ahead and add in the last adventure. You know what? There's a hidden minifigure in here, I bet. I'm gonna scan the instructions after we finish the scorpion. Because I think we're missing. I think there's a minifigure that's revealed later on in the instructions. Because there's two heads here. You know what? But we are missing a set of hands then, so let me... So he's got hands, he's got a standard head. And he's got this hat. He's got a wrench in one hand and a dynamite in the other. You know what? You've seen me build a couple cars today. We're going to skip the car and go straight to the scorpion. And then I'll come back and build the car when I'm building the model to prepare it for the actual render. All right, there we go. And we'll call him Dynamite. Now let's build the flying mummy. So yeah, there's parts in here for Pharaoh. It looks like. Let me just pull out that torso. Yeah. Let me just make a copy of these. Did I fix the arm situation? No. But we're fixing it right now. There. Now the arms are set up for, now the arms are fixed up for when I add the Pharaoh later. I think the instructions intend for him to be a surprise reveal or something like that, which is a trend they've been doing with minifigures in certain sets, which is pretty cool. Let me adjust. Oh yeah, this is definitely the Pharaoh because he's got the burial mask side of his head. So let's get the what did I adjust it? 2 units. All right, there he goes. And let's give him his spear. You know, we will do the car because we have to pass by those pages in the instructions anyway. So, pyramid, sky. Which is how I call the flying warrior from the blister pack. I think I just called them mummies in the set with the biplane. It'll be nice to have dinner in a little bit when I end the stream. Now, if I go to end the stream and it turns out they ended early and they're not there anymore, who knows? I may decide, hey, dinner break, and then we'll marathon the pyramid. But that's unlikely because I think I need to take a break from building virtual Lego for a little while. I need a break. There's so many different cars and trucks in the series. It's got a lot of different cars, vintage cars and trucks for such a small wave of only 9 sets, including the small ones. But it looks like this one might be more of a truck, because as you can see, we're adding hold on, did I misinterpret? Oh yeah, it is more of a truck, because it's got tractor treads on it. Oh, jeez. That's good. If I remember the tractor tread pieces correctly, those are a pain to work with. Oh, let's just proceed. And we'll deal with any challenges as they come up. Because I do want to get into the final monster. Here's another one of those really expensive grill pieces. Alright, I hope I chose color correctly here. Yeah. I really need to go back and get the rest of my dinner soon. So even if they do end stream early and I don't raid them, I still need a big break before I can actually build the pyramid itself. So we're not doing the pyramid on stream. We're just gonna call it when I finish building the scorpion creature. All right. Let's go get the other piece of this hinge. Okay. Okay. Apparently, I've got this piece in the wrong position. There, now it looks like the picture. Okay. All right, I missed a step somewhere. I'm getting ahead of myself right now, so let's get corrected. All right, what piece is that? Shoot, it's one of these that I never know how to orient them. I guess that's as good a way as any. This vehicle does have some nice shaping to it. I fully expect the render to be a really long render because there's so many different pieces involved in this picture. All right. I'm definitely losing steam. So it looks like the back wheel. Let's get some wheels onto this vehicle now. And let's get these on. Okay. It looks like we're supposed to... Did I just do all that? Oh, I did those wheels backwards. Shoot. Okay. Let's fix it on the other side. All right. Okay, that wasn't too hard. Threads are often difficult to work with. I don't know why it's not letting me line it up on this side, though. There we go. Alright, this is nice. We're almost done with the car. And then we can do the scorpion, and then we can raid out. What's not lined up properly about him? I think I see the problem. Alright, there we go. Of course, we need the tools clipped to the back of the vehicle. A running trend we've seen with all the adventure cars. And somehow we forgot the steering wheel. And he gets a nice big overhead. He gets a nice big overhead gun mount. So if we can get aligned with the clip like that, and that looks like there's a nice big long Technic pin there. Ooh, that's a very nasty looking gun right there. Pretty cool. He's got a gun and a tread, so I'm actually going to call this thing a tank. And I'll stick it in the back here. And then let's begin building the scorpion. We still have a lot of pieces left. But then again, we're not doing the main build of the set, so... Well, I am after stream, but maybe tomorrow. Depends on how I feel after I take a break. I need to give myself a break. Alright, so the scorpion seems to be taking shape efficiently. Let's see. Let's make sure I place the pieces correctly before it becomes a problem. Yeah, and now you can tell why I need a break before I do another 130 pages of building. So we will finish the scorpion and call it a night as far as the stream is concerned. Oh, that's cool. Do you see what I see? We have a printed piece for its face. Awesome. It says I'm supposed to angle these out a little bit. All right. And now we have a 3 times build. So let's go ahead and first let's find this. It says we need 3 of these. So this is how we're going to do that. So we've got the beginnings of the tail setup going on. Oof. this section goes onto the back here. And then we come and get the tip of the stinger here. I'm gonna go ahead and lift the tail into position a little bit. I think that's a good position for the tail, and it's menacing looking. And for the legs, it says 8 times. So you know what we're going to do. We're going to build once and copy. The legs start with this little Technic hinge piece. So it looks like there's a little bit of a gap showing. And of course we're using the dinosaur tail piece again for the legs. The scorpion is definitely taking shape. And the scorpion has legs. You know what? I'm not going to play with the positioning at all. And here we have another bit of a 2 times piece here. Alright, what am I missing here? Is that an hinge? Yeah. And we only need to build 2 of these. sure I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't put that on correctly. That's how it's supposed to go. It was making collision. So now I'm going to rotate these out to give these sections wide angles. Okay. So now it looks like we're going to make the scorpion claws. Oh, nice. No stickers for this guy. His claw pattern is printed on. Let's find some more hinge pieces. And this is the hinge that I break in order for easier use. And then it's yeah, we'll start this at 15 degrees. We'll make the angle bigger if we need to. Yeah, we're gonna need to call it. Let's just get these scorpion claws done. Get these guys temporarily into the big picture. Well, no, I may just leave them there and copy over the other thing when I finish that. Okay. Do I have these angled out too much? Maybe. Let's try this angle. Wow. Yeah, that works. All right, let's build the other claw and get out of here. Okay. The second claw is coming together. Let's go under the claw and do this bit. All right. Okay. Let's figure out why this one's not lining up. Maybe I have to do the angling thing first. And then, there we go. And boom. The scorpion is done. Which means it's ready. It's time to take all these guys into the scene. And there's room behind the biplane, it looks like. So we'll put these guys here. And then we'll come over here and grab the rest of these guys. and move them. The car will slot in. Next to the scorpion. And then these guys will put in the front next to the, like that. And so you can have the Anubian guards prominent. Let's get everything into the shot. Where'd my scorpion go? The scarab. All right, you can see the scorpion in the back. You can see the scarab hovering around the middle. Here's a nice big ordinated shot. And with this, you can see everything we have done so far. All I have left to do is build the pyramid, and then I can set the scene. But you can see how much craziness I have to put together later around the pyramid. So let's see if almost 5.5 hours of stream. If I was to build the pyramid, this will be a 7.5 to 8 hour stream, so we're not going to do that tonight. The person I want to stream is still on, so let's do it. We're going to raid my friend Brett. He just started his stream a couple months ago. His Twitch name is Brett the Breton, and they call their show Control Alt Drink because they play video games while drinking mixed drink. It's an interesting concept. It's a fun show, and I will finish this off stream and I'll see you soon. I will finish. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Oh, John Travolta, you mean? No, not John Travolta. The other guys. I don't know what the hell his name was. One of the side characters. Hey, the follower guy. The party of one. Not so fast, pal. Look at him, can't even bounce. Hey, maybe we can bounce on his head. Hey, Tell me more. Did she put up a fight? Tell me more. Oh, hey, we're being raided by Uncle Evie. What's up, Evan? I just said that, and there's Mac the knife. Oh, no, he's not. So,